All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something. I do. Thank you, Chrissy. Margaret, did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori.
The jury.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday?
No.
Everyone said no or should they have. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? All right, please. Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up that one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello,' because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript, register phone.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same pictures.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said. at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked.
Good morning, ma'am. And isn't it a lovely morning? Up yours.
What did you expect? Welcome, Sonny. Make yourself at home. Marry my daughter. You gotta remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Mayhem Show. I am Sam, and it is exciting. I am so glad we are here. I'm so glad we got more Jen McCabe cross-examination. Should be a couple hours this morning, and then there'll be recross for about 20 minutes. And yeah, everything should be exciting this morning. I mean, for the most part. But anyways, I thought you guys would enjoy a little Blazing Saddles this morning. I knew Lord Kiss Freak would get it. I knew Galen would get it. I knew everyone who got it would get it. But yeah, that's a super funny movie. Of course, I had to edit that out because it was a very controversial movie when it came out at the time. And maybe we'll do a whole show about how controversial that movie was. Actually, that's a good idea because a buddy of mine, his dad, who happened to play on the Andy Griffith Show, was really good friends with Mel Brooks, was actually in a bunch of Mel Brooks movies with him. And I grew up alongside them as a kid, and we just had lots of fun watching his dad be in all kinds of movies. He was in some Three Stooges back in the day. His name was Howard Morris, and he played Ernest T. Bass on the Andy Griffith Show, and then I was on a bunch of other things, but it was really cool growing up with him. But anyways, yeah, I'll save all that for the show, that episode. And yeah, Spaceballs was the best. All right, let's get back to the testimony. I will back it up just a tad since I paused it so we don't lose context. And all right, let's have fun today.
That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. At that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I've put together a video
Thank you.
also comparing her answers this year to last year.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
What has changed? What is softer this year? Of course, she was coached to be a lot softer this year for the jury. I mean, she's already been impeached, twice. But yeah, I can't wait to do that show with you guys. It'll be fun. I can't remember. What are we calling that guy in the back with the computer? What is his nickname we have?
Okay.
I can't remember what it is.
May I approach?
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I
Did-
called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay.
Didn't
Then
get
you
through.
spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
It was fast. Yeah, so I spent some time yesterday going through Old Testimony, New Testimony, and also with some other people, with the Caballeros or whatever. I'm putting together a nice video that I'll just play with just us. I won't upload it separately, and where we can enjoy this massive Massachusetts corruption in Canton. It's what it is. I'm going to stand on that. There's so much proof. But there is that slight possibility that both things can be true, right? Karen Reed could have hit him, and but also a corruption, cover up and corruption. So, but it's so slight, it's so minuscule that it's beyond reasonable doubt, right? That she there's tons of reasonable doubt that I don't even think that these prosecutors in good faith even brought this forth, because a prosecutor has to believe in his heart of hearts 100% that he can prove this to a jury beyond reasonable doubt. And I think with the facts and the evidence that this prosecutor has, that he brought this, re-indicted her in bad faith. I absolutely 100%. He must believe that win or lose, it's good for him, that he fought the good fight and just lost because he had the chips were stacked against him. Whatever he'll say, when he loses this trial, but it's still good PR for him and his name as a member of the bar and as a prosecutor. I think he's done a bunch of defense stuff too. Like they brought him in as a special prosecutor. I think he recently defended somebody big, and I should have looked that up before we came live we came live, that we started the live show this morning. Maybe I will when, but I don't want to miss a word of questioning or testimony.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct? I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object. All right. Go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Coach?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
So, Mr.
transcript.
Vernon, will you draft?
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that.
See how she said because it's the
I have to
same?
do this for the record.
She's
Refresh your
explaining.
recollection, look at the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
She was caught up so many times the last day before yesterday that she's scared.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I approach and pipeline her to
Thank
her
you.
chin?
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
She's going to have a mental breakdown.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted at home, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to KERRI Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. KERRI Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't
Well,
say
it's
it was
funny-
nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across?
This is so good.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
This is so good. He came out swinging this morning. And she's
Later
taking
that
the bait.
morning of January 29th. And by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
It's what she told. It's what she told Proctor.
You also told.
But they're saying that the reports are wrong. God, this is good, man. Oh, this is so good. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. This is better than coffee. I haven't had my coffee yet, but I will very, very soon. And then I'll really be excited. Yeah. The reason why this is so important. Hi, mamas. Want to come say hi real quick? Look who it is. She had today off from school.
4 days.
4 days. Say hi.
And then I have the rest of May, and then I'm off for 7 weeks, and then and then I'm gonna go back to Boulder for first grade.
Yep. Okay, they're back. Yeah, I love you. You guys look so cute. Okay. Love you too.
May I? Sure. Thank you.
They're going for a little
Ms. McCabe,
walk.
during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually
Thank you so
when
much for
Ms.
becoming a
Reed
membership.
told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Yeah.
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
I think Galen has a very good question here, or question comment. I hope the jury understand what's going on with Jen Lank. I do too. I'm guessing that they are picking up a little bit of it. Of course, they don't know like we do because we have all the information, and supposedly they have not seen the previous trial. When they were voir dire, they were asked those kind of questions, and supposedly none of these guys know anything. If I was a juror and I was told not to look at some coverage, or I don't know if I could do that. I know I would probably want to be a part of it, and then maybe possibly deceive the lawyers and the judge, just so I could be a part of it. And then of course I would probably want to watch a little bit of coverage. That's me. Maybe everyone's not like me. I don't know. I just don't know. But that's what closing arguments are for. So they can point out all the things that are inconsistent. And with what she's saying and with what the reports say and what she did say, and all these phone calls and secret meetings of getting people's stories straight, and double checking and making sure it's all going to come to a head at the closing arguments, which are going to be phenomenal. Alan Jackson's an insane defense attorney. And he is so passionate about this case. He's not going to miss a beat. He's just not. He's super passionate about this case. Because he knows when this case is over and he wins, there's going to be more work to do. And I think that's going to be exposing all the corruption in Canton. And that's just going to be exciting too. There's a lot of citizens in Canton that believe that finally the corruption in Canton is coming, is being brought to light. And what is 2025? It's the year of integrity, the year of accountability. It's the year of bringing things to light. We've been saying it since the beginning of the year. And I'm just, man, I had to make sure. For some reason, I thought, man, my mic is on mute right now. Thank God it isn't. But anyways, let's get back to it. And this is good if leaving a little bit of room while I'm pausing, a little buffer. So like when there are big breaks that we can fast forward the big breaks.
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Let's see what the question
She backed
was.
out of the driveway
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
I know, Robin.
Speaking
It's
of Trooper
crazy.
Proctor, when you first interviewed with him on that during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
Sorry.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember?
Just real quick, again with the broken taillight, this is a huge part of the case. And here's the deal also, and we'll get more into this when I do my comparison video, is that broken taillight was scattered all over the yard. So they're saying that John O'Keefe was hit so hard that it broke the taillight and shattered it all over the yard. Sorry, Charlie. Impossible. Just that alone, I would be like, oh, everyone's lying. There's no way for that to happen. Well, they have an explanation for it, but I'm going to save that for you guys to hear. Okay.
Were exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked in missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it.
I'm going to
4 or 5
answer that in a
times now.
sec, Karma.
What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked in missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Get her, Jackson. So Karma Chameleon asked question, how much can defense bring in from the first trial and the Fed trial? There hasn't really been a Fed trial yet. The Feds have come in on their own. And of course, that's who the people were who came to when Jen McCabe said that she wasn't Jen McCabe. But they didn't identify themselves, but then they called her back. But, you know, they're not allowed to tell the jury that those were FBI. But they are, Jackson is letting them know that it was the FBI by saying things like, and you found out that law enforcement, if you lied to them, is a crime, right? That's pretty much letting them know that that's the feds. Because if you lie to the feds in an interview, it's a crime. It's actually a big crime. People go to jail for it all the time. So back to the question, how much can defense bring in from the first trial? Well, they can't tell her, didn't you say this at the trial? And now you're saying this. They can't say that. They can't say, didn't you say this to Officer Proctor, like what they're doing now? And then can't you say, isn't this what you told the grand jury? Because that's the tree that bore this fruit, which is the fruit is the indictment. They can talk about that, but they can't talk about any of her testimony. But that previous trial does help them pave a road to this, her lying, her being deceitful, you know, holding her, because she's going to have to answer as close as she can to the last trial. So it is kind of nice, kind of knowing her answers. And if they change, then that means they've changed from the original evidence. Hopefully that made sense.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible.
She's such a liar.
That's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Wow, no
Were
objection.
you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
you had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Proceeding. Thank you.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked. Right now.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
If you guys notice, I am using different coverage. I'm using the coverage from Law and Crime Network because they, unlike Court TV, are showing the defense table, and we're able to see some reaction from Karen Reed as the testimony goes. And I just thought that would be more entertaining for us to see some of Karen Reed's reactions of her celebrating, or, yes, got her, or, like, oh, this line, beep. So that's why I changed up the coverage, was specifically for that.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
I know it's small on your guys' phone, but
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole.
thanks, Bo.
Oh, no, just actually conversations with
best.
just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, I think it's mine.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Hey, Spokes Dexter, I appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. I want to do a roll call and say good morning to everybody. But I don't want to miss any of this either. But just know that I love you guys. I'm so glad you're here watching this with me. This is really, really exciting for me. And hopefully for you guys too. I'm just, I had a day rest, and I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. Someone sent me an email, or just, like a well wishes yesterday, and they said, Samsters. And I just love that. And said something like, they called us, that we are all Samily instead of family. Samily. And I just thought that was super cool. And I really do consider you guys like my family now. I really do. I just really grateful. And no, I'm not going to cry right now. Back to the testimony.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
While they're at sidebar, I was listening to the 911 call from Jen McCabe, and the version that they played at this trial was sped up, and so it's almost deceitful on how different it sounds. And during the lunch break, I'm gonna play the 911 call, the original 911 call, and I'm gonna show you the difference between how they played it and how the original 911 call is, and it is gonna blow your mind. She doesn't seem frantic and scared and like she doesn't know what's going on. She's super secretive and she's whispering at some points, and none of her speech is frantic at all. Not even a little bit. So expect that at the lunch break. It'll be a couple hours. But that is going to be amazing. And I understand some of you guys are going to be coming in and out. And of course, that's totally cool. I just happen to have a ton of time on my hands today. So we're going to, cover this probably for the entire day. Unless the girls get just, anxious and upset and, need dad to participate in some family time. But I got to hang out with both of them all day yesterday. And I think they got their daddy Phil so we can hang out today. Anyways, I don't even know what the hell I'm saying right now. But yeah, so expect that at the lunchtime, and I'm just super excited to show you the difference. And I'm hoping that he brings that up at some point, that Alan Jackson brings that up. Like this is, he knows it has been, they must have asked for permission to do that, but I don't know. Hopefully he catches it. If not, there's so much more for him to expound on and to show that it's, that it's corrupt and lies and deceit, that he probably thinks he doesn't even need to point that out, that maybe it'll be too much for the jury to consider. So yeah, I was hoping they would have been done with the sidebar over here. It's wicked. My East Coast accent sucks. I was with a bunch of guys from Boston. I was at an East Coast federal prison called Hazleton. It's where they unalived Whitey Bulger. I wasn't there when that happened. I do know the cat that did it. I didn't like the guy who did it. Him and I did not get along. But it's just guys from the West Coast and the East Coast guys, especially the Boston guys, we have this natural disdain for each other. So we just didn't like each other. And, that's okay. That's okay. I like the style on the West Coast best, way more better than the style over there on the East Coast. So I got to get the car to the barn by the harbor. Yeah, I just think we're just a little cooler. Oh shit, we got a Mac attack going on in the chat. Yeah, just so you guys know, of course, a lot of you guys already do know Mac is a lawyer. And I will have her on, during like times like these. I wish her and I would have coordinated that yesterday, if it was a possibility for her to come on a little bit later. Maybe I'll email her or text her and see if she can come on a little bit later. Oh yeah, I forgot we got a little buffer time. See, this is when those buffer times are coming good. Yeah, we got like a good 20-minute buffer, or at least 15-minute buffer. Here we go. See, huh? Who's killing the game right now?
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here.
Look at all that data
Can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
from one text.
Yes.
The last four digits of that phone
I'm
number.
going to back
do you
out just for a
recognize that?
second so you guys
Is
can
that
see
your
that.
phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2 and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerri talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
KERRI Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please?
Just that statement
Do you see a
alone.
response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please.
See how she tried to put like this, like,
What's
okay,
the time of this text?
let me get some sleep.
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Ooh.
Next text, please.
Wait, why wouldn't you want to text about it?
Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Don't
Next
want
text,
to
please.
text about it. Oh my God.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and
The only time I've ever texted anybody, hey, don't want to text about this. Guess what I was saying guess what I didn't want to text about? Hey, I'm going to be there with the drugs. Hey, I'm going down to Mexico to meet my connect. Hey, the cops are after me, whatever. But those are the only things I never didn't want to have on text. What do you think that these two didn't want to have on text? What do you think? Okay.
2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this is now a text from your sister back to you.
Hold on. Heather Rhodes says, you know what's fun? Not being Karen Reed. That's right. It is so much fun not being her. Although I wouldn't mind being her right now as they are proving that these people are after her. For real. But just for that millisecond, would that be fun? All right.
You, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in
Mischief.
in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Surviving Together says, doesn't look like the jury has notepad surprised. We actually can't see the jury. Just an FYI, we don't get to see the faces of the jurors. That is kept secret. The people that are behind Karen Reed are her family. Those are the people that are supporting her. And then the other day when you could see the prosecution table, it would be on Karen Reed's right side. Those people were the witnesses. Some judges don't let jurors have notepads, which is crazy, but a lot do. In my trial, the jurors were not allowed to have notepads, and I asked my lawyer why that was, and I can't remember why he said. But yeah, in some cases, they're not allowed to have notepads, which is nuts. So, sorry, I need water. I just looked up why jurors can or can't take notes. Jurors can take notes in many trials, but not always. Whether jurors are allowed to take notes during trial depends on the judge's discretion and the state or federal court rules. Here's why some judges limit note-taking by jurors. Distraction from testimony makes total sense. Judges worry that note-taking might distract jurors from actively listening to witnesses. Some jurors might focus too much on writing and miss key nonverbal cues or tone. That completely makes sense to me. Unequal influence. Jurors with better note-taking skills may influence deliberations more than those who took fewer or less organized notes, and others may overly rely on one person's notes instead of their own memory. I love that. And there's like 3, 4, 5, there's like 4 more different reasons why they can't take notes. I think that's super interesting. Okay. I'm going to grab a water, guys.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the 4 of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You can just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that can come in. 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the case statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions.
She's
What do they
explaining
know?
again.
And also indicating that Chris should tell them. the
She's
guy
so worried about the
never
narrative.
came
She's
in the house,
explaining.
correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
Just real quick, for them to even this shouldn't be the conversations these people should be having right now. They should be like, oh my God, I hope the family's okay. Oh my God, I hope when do you think the funeral is gonna be? Oh my God, I can't believe this happened. These are the texts that these people should be having, not don't text about this. Tell Chris to ask questions. Tell them the guy never came in the house. The guy who she's just saying the guy was one of their very, very close dear friends. Well, not that close because Albert, what's his name? Brian Albert killed the guy by beating him to death. But yeah, it's just amazing to me. I just hope the jury gets that. Alan Jackson's gonna paint the best picture he can.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Yes, Tammy,
Okay.
this is exactly
This
what it sounds like.
text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell
Wow,
him that
man.
the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yep. Hey, tell him the guy never came in the house. Exactly. Do you know what I mean? What else can that mean? Just that.
Yes.
Next text, please.
I hope they all go to prison.
This
man.
is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started,
That's
or
right.
did the first text start with
They're Bodinskis.
someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
Where's my
This
golf
says
hat
to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Kerri is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
KERRI Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
I do believe, yes, these texts were in the first trial. The first trial, they acquitted her, or they acquitted her on 2 charges and were hung on 1. They forgot to poll the jury, and that's why they were able to retry her. The judge forgot to poll the jury at the end after the verdicts, and that's why they were able to retry her on all 3 charges. But I do believe, yes, they were in the first trial. Oops, I had the wrong.
Who's this text
Hang up.
from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerri,
Who's Carrie?
KERRI Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text,
Yes.
meaning like a thumbs up or a like.
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between KERRI Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handage with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home. I'm
No,
sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them.
Ben,
they were
what's
here
up,
again.
Ben? Hey, Pam.
Next text, please.
We're kids free. Folks, we're all here.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt.
Empty monkey pants.
And Nicole says,
Empty
call
monkey
us
pants.
after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Mean
Sorry, I missed that,
she
guys.
wanted you to call.
They were here again.
I was playing. I'm
Next
sorry.
text,
I'm going to
please.
replay this, guys. I wish they'd show the text
Who's
again.
this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
Crazy. Could write a book. I didn't think
And
Carrie
who's it-
Roberts' involvement in the forming the story or anything like that. Like I thought they were all pressuring her, and I'm sure they were to, come along for this ride of deceit. But that statement right there, Carrie could write a book. I love it. They just must have just love bombed her and just told her that this is for the family, this is to protect our family. And, because, Carrie used to go out with John back in high school. We didn't find that out till this trial, till they were that close. And she really minimized how well she knew John the first trial. Comparatively.
From and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
Oh my God, dude.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole.
I know,
myself,
it looks
to
like it's in
Matt, to
Cantaloupe.
Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please.
This is so good.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Auntie Monkey Pants says that Bacon Bitch just caught your interview with Susie. It was great getting to know you. Yeah, that was a super cool interview. If everyone go check that out at But First Coffee with Susie Oberholtz, and you get to meet our good friend Benji. I have a brother named Ben, and I call him Benji.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
I want it all. There you go. She's all being nice. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So while they're approaching, Carol Stewart says, comment and question. Sam, could you please explain how I know it's the Karen Reed trial, but I don't know why they are asking her, is she guilty of something or didn't follow all the things? I didn't follow all the things the last time. I believe, and so do a lot of other people, believe that Jen McCabe is covering up for Brian Albert, the house to where John O'Keefe was found dead in the front yard by the street. Everyone thinks that that they are covering up him getting beat to death inside the house. They're saying he never came into the house and that Karen Reed hit him with her car. And so why they're asking all these questions, they're trying to show that they all got together and formed a certain story, a narrative to fit that Karen Reed unalived. I've been saying murdered John O'Keefe. So they're just trying to show the jury, like look at that, they're all in cahoots. They all put this together and provided this false story to cover up one of their own. That's the short version.
Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard, what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to get Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that KERRI Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
Okay, perfect, James.
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
So obvious. It's crazy. Yep. Me
I want
either,
to
Joe
change
Mama.
gears for a second, Miss McCabe, and ask you about that
Hey, Johnny.
visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going golfing today in my FTG shirt.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you
That's
went
right.
from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The judge hates this. The judge is in cahoots with them too.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours. Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you
Just
remember
another
exactly
bad
what
police
you
report.
told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you
I
actually
don't believe
testified,
so,
correct?
Mac. I don't believe so.
11 days later from,
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
then I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't,
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that
Oh, geez, what the heck? Who is that? Oh, that's the real Jen McCabe.
is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Hey guys, did you guys remember the long con video? I forgot to show you. I actually got a photo from when that happened. Hold on. That was the actual that's actual documentation when the long con video was recording was made. Okay, I'll stop playing. Yeah, her memory hasn't improved at all.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
I know.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
I got a little bored yesterday. Can't wait to meet you, Synchronized Souls podcast. That's coming up 4 days. Yep, I'm super looking forward to meeting you, Synchronized.
No problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Should it out for identification?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Okay. No problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe? Sure.
Joe Mama says, ask Sam, can you post some upcoming events so we can meet some of our friends? I miss so much. Yeah, absolutely. I will do that. I will do a community post of like a calendar of things that I have going on. I'm also going on being interviewed on another podcast. Hopefully by the end of May. And it's a big one. So hopefully when that happens, I'll be able to announce that. They're just going over like unfortunately the Brett and Marissa stuff has put a monkey wrench in the I guess the invite, which is okay, which is fine. I mean, it's life be lifing, right? Life happens, and that's one of the reasons why I did the Just the Facts Ma'am video. I do have 2 more parts to that. I have forwarded that to them to see, and I don't know if I'm gonna upload those or not. I don't think I need to. It's a done deal. We can joke about it and like, my little pictures and stuff like that, but we're not going to go like instigate, or poke the bear, as one might say, regarding all that stuff. So anyway, I really want to go on this podcast. It'll be exciting. It's a comedians podcast, and they're doing some stuff on true crime and true crime creators, and I was invited, even though I seen the guest list, and I don't feel like I do anything like they do, but I think it's more for the legal stuff, on that part of it, like, doing court stuff, true crime, and that's with that. They did see my documentary on Dr. Weiner, which is, I think, up to 16,000 views now. Yeah, so I think that's the one where they got, man, I make one documentary and I'm getting some attention from it, which is cool, which is super cool. And then I'm going on Synchronized Souls on my birthday. Man, that is so, yeah, we're going to promote the shit out of that. Excuse my language, Synchronized Souls. Super looking forward to it. Yeah, I can't wait. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. That fan has a huge YouTube following. It does, man.
Yes. Okay.
It does.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle
That's
of
right.
the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It does.
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36 and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's
home.
the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
yes,
He had to be on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear
yes,
because it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come and go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted.
Mm-hmm.
They're just trying to, sorry guys, they're just trying to impeach her on just so much of her story has been changed, forgotten. I mean, at least 7 times the police reports have gotten what she said wrong. I mean, once, maybe twice, 7 instances of where her story has changed from the original police report.
On May
And that's what the
21st of last year, you were
An
asked about this
investigator-
very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that
That's
time,
involved
you
in the
denied
collusion.
altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
she needs water.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy, certain things, certain details.
It's so funny. She talks about being in shock and it's a blur. But in her text messages, like, yeah, I love it. She's telling him everything. Yeah. She contradicts herself. She's evasive, but then over explains. There's no just yes or no questions. There's no distraughtness, if that's even a word, distraughtness. Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the
Yes,
last several
good.
days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that
I
at
know, Michelle.
12:19 you arrived at One
Please.
Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I
memory.
don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36, you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43, you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
Isn't it exciting?
20 minutes, we'll see that.
The judge, like,
Again, if we just go home.
if you're gonna have a while more, he's like, yeah, we got more. We got more. And just know it's been this good thus far, right? They always save the best for last. That way it's stuck in their memory. He's gonna bring it back up, all the points and all the times that he's impeached her testimony. Impeached her testimony on the stand. And it's just wait till they get to present their case. It's fun. I'm so glad that we are here together and sharing this all together. Here Grateful has she's once, twice, 3 times a liar. But I love you. I so love, I just realized I just did a Marissa. I'm not really trying to sing. I hope you guys know that. I do have a day job, and that day job now is this. Actually, I do way more singing in this day job than my old day job tattooing. I know. I'm sorry, Justine. Justine hasn't been in the chat, but my singing has brought her in. Oh, wait, no, she has been in the chat. She said hi. I was going to say, but she just had to stop what she was doing to comment on my amazing, amazing singing. Yeah, this is all good stuff. Like I said, I am putting together a video to contrast the 2024 testimony and now this 2025 testimony. And then I'm going to pinpoint all the places that she has been evasive and has lied. And just with all of it together, just with her, all of it together is reasonable doubt. And that's all they need. She doesn't, Karen Reed doesn't have to be proven innocent, but there has to be at least enough reasonable doubt for the jury to acquit. And they're going to do that. They're absolutely going to do that. And I think you guys all most likely agree. I mean, you don't have to agree because I agree. Of course, you guys know that. But I couldn't imagine not anyone agreeing with I don't even know what I just said. I was reading Synchronized Souls comment. She says, I'm going to look at more into this case. I love a good trial. Yeah, this is a really good one. I got into it super late. I didn't cover it on my legal channel, Legal Livewire, Court TV, because it had been all the press on it with Turtle Boy and everything just seemed a lot to me, and I was already kind of late in that, so I made a decision not to do it. I wish I would have now, because then I would have all my old lives from last year from Legal Livewire, and I didn't really do any lives then, but I wish I would have like made some videos on it so I would have known more. But I think I'm pretty much dialed into the case now. There's little bits and pieces of things that testimony and evidence that the prosecution is not putting in this time, like the brother-in-law, the brother-in-law and sister-in-law and sister of Brian Albert. They want no part of it. The brother is on the stand. He was on the stand in this trial. I didn't cover it. It was one of the days we had off. He just looked so uncomfortable. Did not want to be there at all. I'll show you guys who I'm talking about. It's super obvious that he didn't want to be there. And then his wife, who's not related just by marriage, was so uncomfortable last year, and you could tell she did not want to lie for these people, and they didn't even bring her on this year. She probably said, nope, my husband's doing it. That's enough. You guys don't need my testimony. And I'm going to show you a picture of who I'm talking about. This guy right here. This is from 2024. You should see how he looks now. He testified again this year. You should see how he looks now in just 1 year of stress. It's probably because he's an honest guy for the most part. But I'm going to show you guys what he looks like now. It's almost like he was president of the United States for a year. You know how all presidents get really old except for Trump, because Trump doesn't let it affect him internally. You guys are going to be blown away. Let me just find it real quick. It's such a drastic difference. I think it's worth waiting for me to grab it. Man, there's so much you have to do these things. I mean, I grabbed the picture from last year. I don't know why I didn't grab a new one. This will be fun. Here we go. Michael Camerano, that's his name. He gets caught lying too. Here we go. We're going to do before and after. Well, I guess it's not that drastic. I built it up to be way more than it is, but we're going to take a look at it anyway. He's definitely more gray. Just 1 second, guys. But he gets caught lying too, and I can play that. Here he is now. He just looks a lot older to me for some reason. That was him last year. This is just in 1 year. I don't know. I feel like he's more gray. But now that I look at it, it doesn't really seem that drastic. Why do you guys even come here? But yeah, he got caught lying. John's mom's testimony. Yeah, Justine, it was rough. John's mom, because here's the deal, right? She's not going to receive justice. No matter if Karen Reed gets found guilty, she's still not going to receive justice because Karen Reed didn't do it. And but I think her hatred for Karen Reed is so much that and she's an adjunct professor at a major university. She's not just like some floozy that he was dating, some stripper at some strip bar for her to hate. She was the real deal. She's a very smart woman. It's just her Bostonness. She just comes off, abrasive, but I've watched hours of interviews with Karen Reed, and you don't do all of that if you're guilty. Maybe you do if you're a complete sociopath. And she would have to be, if she really truly was guilty, she would have to be a sociopath. But it just everything, one thing after another, it just makes her not guilty. But yeah, the mom's testimony was just awful to look at. I don't think we covered it here. Oh no, we did cover it. We did cover it here. Yeah, it was really hard to watch. Comment, I agree, and I believe, and I can't believe she's a professor, and I use the very word floozy that she's not. She's very smart. Yeah. I mean, to be an adjunct professor, you can't be dumb, right? I can't remember what her class was. But yeah. That's so funny how our perceptions of someone, that just goes to show you how we two people that get along. I mean, you're in our community, right? Can have such a drastic perception of somebody. And I might, just because, I feel like she's being wrongly accused, be like kind of like trying to protect her. Maybe she is just a dumb floozy. Who knows? But she helps out a lot in her case. She's a victim in all this. And I bet you she regrets that night completely. Yeah, there was no collision, Mousy. There was absolutely no collision. And the ARCA, which should come in today, their testimony is gonna talk about that. But here's the deal. Here's the deal with the ARCA. The ARCA investigators did testify in the last trial, but the jury could not know that they were with the FBI. So the jury in deliberation said, well, we don't even know who these people are, so we're not even going to use their testimony in deliberations. Isn't that nuts? It's literally the testimony that says there was no collision, and it's from these from the investigators from the FBI. They can't. The jury can't know that there was an FBI investigation into this entire situation. And if people say, well, then if there's corruption, why isn't the FBI doing something about it? They are doing something about it. The FBI, look, I've been indicted by the FBI. The FBI waits their sweet little time. They can, and it's up to the U.S. attorney, really, but the FBI will put the case together and give it to the U.S. attorney, and that can take years. So when people say, well, if there was corruption, the FBI would have done something, since the FBI is already doing an investigation. Well, investigations take a long time, and then the U.S. attorney has so much time from the time that they're given all the files to indict. So that's a horrible argument when people do that. I just had that argument with somebody who believes that Karen Reed is guilty. But hopefully that comes in today. That should that should that should say live stream, not live. Really, that's interesting. Huh. That's super interesting. Jojo point two. That didn't that who was that guy? It was a SA case. He was an older guy from Great Britain. He I can't believe that. I can't remember his name. Dang it. I can't remember his name. Joe Mama says, comment 10 people in a room can have a different accounting of what they see or hear. Yeah, they sure can. Boho Hobo says the FBI is known to be corrupt, especially local FBI. Yes, absolutely. The FBI can definitely target somebody, and they can definitely create not only a narrative but create evidence towards somebody. But yeah, the FBI is known to be corrupt. I mean, look, there's an ATF agent involved in this case. I always forget his name, but he has to be in on this because he was at the house. So yeah, I mean, they can definitely be corrupt. That's for sure. That's for sure. I feel like I had a lot more to say about that. Lots of FBI protect police. Local FBI always does. Right, because they want to keep that working relationship. They definitely have to bring in someone from DC or another jurisdiction. They don't. Well, I guess it would be a jurisdiction to come in to investigate. A local police force, because the local FBI and the local cops, especially detectives and investigators, they're all drinking buddies. I mean, it's proven just by here. There was the ATF agent out with all these dudes drinking heavily, and then went to an after party at midnight to drink into the wee hours of the morning. And here's another thing. Jen McCabe was drinking all day and all night and still was up all night, not sleeping because of this situation. They didn't find, the body till early in the morning. Why was Jen McCabe texting at 2:30 in the morning? Even if she wasn't texting, how long to die in the cold, to die from hypothermia. She was still because they're saying the tab was open then, and she was checking on basketball games for her daughter, where they were going to go play basketball at 2:30 in the morning after drinking all day and night. No, I don't think so. It's too much, guys. It's just way too much. Synchronized Soul says, I love when I hear Americans say we, ha ha ha. That's funny. I would love to do a yeah, when you hear my case, you will be applauded, Sam. Everyone will be. I lose sleep very often. I can't wait to hear your case. Um, Go ho hobo. Um, I really can't. I can't. I just can't wait. I mean, I know about it, but to when we cover it and then get your channel started. If I remember right, that's what you wanted to do. I have so much information in my head right now. I can't remember. Uh, and Bacon Bit says, yeah, never met an ATF I liked. I am blessed, but I have seen FBI liked and disliked. CIA I have liked and disliked, but ATF, good Lord, they shoot themselves so much. Yeah. And What I don't like about the ATF is that they're not part of the Justice Department. They are separate from the Justice Department, and they are actually ran by the Treasury. So almost always it's a money grab, you know. It's a money grab. Question, do you have Red Bull? I'm having a Rockstar and Stogie. No, all I have is coffee and Pepsi today, and I'm losing my voice already for some reason. It's way too early to be losing my voice. It's only 9:30. We've already been going on for 2.5 hours. Oh man, I always want to use your first name, Boho Hobo, but for now, I'll just say Boho Hobo. Yeah, that is crazy. Let's do something quick and get it out there. Let me check my. Just real quick. Let's see what our last communication was. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, so we're gonna do something next week. Today was be a problem. Today I can use my phone to location. I just want to break the chains of being so intimidated. Yeah, I say let's do it Monday. Let's just do it. And then yeah, we'll tell your story on Monday. Okay. Boho Hobo. Her name is Rhonda. So if I say Rhonda, I'm talking about Boho Hobo. She just gave me permission to use her name. Bacon, if you emailed Sam, expect 2 to 3 days delivery. Yeah. Awesome. Let me see. Man, I do have a lot of John, some of your emails I don't respond to because you just like have a comment. You're just like saying, like your last one, do I need to say more? Epic. I think people are looking forward to it. And yeah, hell yeah. I think people are too, to our tattoo episode. That is going to be super cool. Let me go down. Oh, cool. Grateful. I see that you sent me some more links for some music. Yeah, we'll watch those during the lunch break. Oh, I can't wait to see that, Rhonda. Your parody. I'm looking for Ben. Hey, Ben, what is your... Did you send it to... Oh, I need to respond to that too. Well, I'm not going to have you guys sit here and watch me respond to or look at emails. Question, are you going to make a YouTube channel for the Sunday show with Russ? I almost think I should. But you know, after the bars is, you know, prison, you know, I'm an ex-prisoner, you know, and that this show is, you know, everything, that we're doing after the bars, and then we try to raise the bar in our life to be better people, a safe community for ex-addicts and others, trauma survivors, to just come and chat and talk. I've inherited, a lot of people from, a couple different other creators, and still expect more to come over. I don't think anyone new over there and then leaves will know to come here, but that's okay. So I do think it relates here. I do have another channel that's already made, and I want to change the name of it because it's redundant with my legal channel. And it's already ready to go live and to upload like longer videos. So I could change that into just a prison talk channel. I don't know. I just don't know yet. I do want to start doing that more consistently though. The last time we were on, we had a ton of people on, and really it originated. I was just going to have one person on. And so I do want to do one and give that person another chance to just be by themselves. And that's Lord Kiss Freak. And then I want to do one with Awakened by herself. And then whoever else wants to do one by themselves with Russ. So it would just be 3 of us. I think when we get too many people, and with the format of that show of doing a Q&A, it just gets hard. At least hard for me. There might be others that can do it more succinctly and and keep it fluid, but it was a lot. It was a lot for me, and so I think no more than 3. That would be me, Russ, and a guest. So that's the format I want to do moving forward, for sure. Yes, the other day, don't play the Rush one. You'll get demoted. Really? That'd be the one I want to play. That's okay. I don't mind being demonetized on a video. Now I want to see it. I have no patience whatsoever. Oh, there you go, Ben. I see ya. Put a big star by you. Overdoing this show, but full transparency. I am a blind person. Ben, you are not boring. Yeah, I did not see that. I do remember you sending me the one about standing up for Christ. And I do, man. Man, I would I would die for him. I would think so. Okay, where are those? I just had them. The more songs. Oh, here we go. Well, here's the Joe Cocker. Did you send me a Rush one? Grateful? I'll find it. I want to do a show with Jimena too. I don't see the Rush one. I see the Rush album. But it's just a link to the Rush album. Oh, maybe you were just saying, okay, I get what you're saying now. Let me go back to the comments. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because that was a serious question. Right to BM. Let's see what's going on here. Lord Kisfy, is the former co-host creating a problem for yard time? No, I don't think so. Unless he said something that I haven't heard. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you had fun last time, Chris. Yeah, Russ is going through some stuff right now. He's okay from the last I've heard, but definitely want to send all kinds of love and positive energy, and our God and whoever we want to believe that is God. But I know my belief of God, who I trust and rely on, is the great healer. He's the physician of the universe, and he can heal anyone at his discretion. And so we just pray that his discretion is healing Russ if Russ needs to be healed. Yeah, I didn't get a link with the cover from the Presto. If you could resend that would be dope, because I'm looking at all my Colorado things and I don't see any links. Past the Presto album. I have the Whiskey Stomp. Let me just open up the entire. Dang it. Maybe it didn't send when you sent it. And is Shannon Smith is watching? I'm sorry, I'm just now seeing your email. No, I did not do that. I only did it for the other. I will do that right this second. I will do that right this second. And I'm so sorry. Yep, I will take it out right this absolute second. Okay, guys, just hopefully they come back on so it's not just a bunch of dead air. Here we go. No, it just sent me to yeah, is it a cover that your hubby's band did? Or is it just the song that you like the lyrics to? Am I totally just confusing this? because I did get a link to the actual Rush song. Maybe that's what you were doing, just sending me the song. Okay, we're going to listen to the lyrics of this song while we are on break, and I go do some editing real fast. Here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear this. I'll be right back.
Swagger out of the schoolyard, waiting for the world's applause. Rebel without a conscience, martyr without a cause. Static on your frequency, electrical storm in your veins. Raging out unreachable glory, straining out invisible chains. And now you're trembling on a rocky ledge, staring down into a heartless sea. Can't face life on a razor's edge. Nothing's what you thought it would be. All of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers learn to steer by the stars. All of us do time in the gutter. Dreamers turn to look at the card. Turn around and turn around and turn around. Turn around and walk the razor's edge. Don't turn your back and slam the door on me. It's not as if this barricade blocks the only road. It's not as if you're all alone in wanting to explode. Someone set a bad example, made surrender seem alright. The act of a noble warrior who lost the will to fight. And now you're trembling on a rocky ledge, staring down into a heartless sea. Done with life on the razor's edge. Nothing's what you thought it would be. All of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers learn to steer by the stars. All of us do time in the gutter. Dreamers learn to look at the card. Turn around and turn around and turn around. Turn around and walk the razor's edge. Don't turn your back and slam the door on me. No hero in the tragedy, no
Yes, this song Cranked Up is really good. Amazing song. This whole album. Shannon, that is taken care of.
All of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers make us steal by the stars. All of us do time in the gutter. Dreamers tend to look at the cards. Turn around and turn around and turn around. Turn around and walk the razor's edge. Turn around and walk the razor's edge. Turn around and walk the razor's edge. Don't turn your back and slam the door on me. If I could wave my magic wand.
Here's a good song. This is my favorite song from this album. You guys are really the drums at the beginning goes digga 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 dun 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 boom boom pa pa boom boom. Ben Bacon Bits is gonna love this. Share this tab instead. And I'm totally just gonna have to like completely cut these completely out later. Or else they won't even they won't just demonetize, they just won't even push it out. But that's okay, I'll do it later. Yep, these are some Canadians. Okay, here we go. It starts off kind of like low, but gets better. Turn it up, guys.
How many times do you hear it?
They should be back any minute now. It's a short break. It's been quite a bit of a little break.
Knows everything.
I'm a huge fan of Canadians. Yeah, I do play a mean air drum. No, Court's not back yet. I'm watching. Oh wait, maybe it is. Oh yeah, I forgot I was behind. Yeah, Court is back. Let me I forgot I have a buffer. Damn, and I just lost a bunch of people. Like 16 people. Okay, we're gonna hit that. Show me, don't tell me. Yeah, they're back. I'm just gonna fast forward this a little bit. And
Be seated.
there we go.
Records
I forgot I had the buffer.
so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
What? That is crazy.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will, Rhonda. We'll
Mr.
collab.
McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March.
I forgot I had the.
Your Honor, may I approach?
thing.
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls,
All right.
yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, at the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did
No,
receive another
the answer
phone
is
call
no.
on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Sorry.
So I guess the record is
These
fine.
are just,
but
you know,
if you're
crazy
asking
rules.
it Whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Yeah, she is scared, Ben. She's
The
scared.
second
She's
document,
frustrated.
You should
She
see
wants
some
to.
highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Chair, man. I seen the chair in Marketplace. I should have went and grabbed it. It was a little beat up. It was only like $20.
I don't,
I had the
am I
money, I
looking
just
at the second
didn't go
one or
grab
the,
it.
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
I caught
Yes.
that too, Shell.
March
I did.
1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, something big is coming.
The
Well, at
interview with
least
Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
sidebar. Yeah. I don't know how important this little fudge would be in the grand scheme of things. I don't know. I just don't. I mean, I get it. You want to see where she has lied, and I just don't know if she lied about that, how important that would be, except for the fact that she lied. But I feel like it's one of those lies that can be easily like, I just didn't remember, and that's what she's going to say, life was really hard at that time. Everything's a blur. So I don't know. It's, I think it's just one more piece of, her deception. Hopefully this is a quick sidebar. Waiting. I'm making something for all of us right now too, as we're waiting for this to come on. Yeah, I think that's really Yeah, the judge is a sycophant. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Jamama says, am also back. Words may, I think she meant may be deceptive, but body language is not. Yeah. And maybe you could say her body language is just because it's a, tense situation. But people smarter than me have watched her body language and have just torn it apart and without really any knowledge of the case. There we go.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny,
Saved by the judge.
as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Oh, I got to hear it again. I got to hear what the quote was. I'm
Let's
sorry,
talk for a
guys.
second. Did you tell Trooper Tully?
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
He should say, well,
Let's
then
talk
what was
for
the
a
answer?
second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
I would have said, okay, well, then what was the answer again? Just so she would have to
You've
say it.
indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were
Wait
several
till she
calls.
talks about the butt
According to
dials.
the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed.
Oh.
Between about
Here comes
12:29
previous
and about 12:50.
testimony.
That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained
She knew this was
what
coming.
you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials.
7 butt
19
dials.
minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I
Listening to
inadvertently
music.
called his phone, I did.
Just having
Not
fun.
inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you
They were
informed of
deleted.
that at the last hearing a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
So basically what that does is, I mean, it makes her a complete liar. So she says, oh, those must have been butt dials, right? That she didn't notice, but those butt dials were deleted from her phone. So she would have had to have noticed them because she deleted them. Why she deleted them is beyond me.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often do you make phone calls, Mr. Kate?
Every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody.
She wants to smile and be pleasant. Isn't this great? She wants to smile and be pleasant, but inside she's raging. So she's just like, so she remembers like, oh, I have to smile. And so she like smiles. So she smiles at like bizarre times, right? Times. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she just wants to argue with them for real inside of her, but she knows she can't, so she has to be pleasant. So then she was like, oh yeah, smile. And so then she just smiles at the dumbest times, or like at times, I don't know. I thought that was super classic right there. But anyway, and of course the Sam-splaining, I had to say the same thing 4 times in a row, but differently.
Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
The
Yes,
judge is going to
maybe
rescue her any second.
I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like, since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, we approach.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh gosh, this is good. I mean, I don't like seeing people getting, bullied on the stand like that. I mean, I absolutely don't, especially when it's a female. Just, because I'm a father of daughters, raised by a mother. But because of who she is and what she's done, it's very easy for me to enjoy watching her squirm like that. Right? So I think it's easy for like all of us to enjoy watching her squirm. The girlies are home. So yeah, we'll just wait to see what's going on here. He's probably just saying, I don't know, he's probably asking, possibly, I don't know what the rules are for saying she's a hostile witness, or if that's even like a thing. I wish I'd gone to law school so I would know the answer to that. I don't know when you don't have to say that it's a hostile witness. Oh wait, I forgot. We got leader time. Let's fast forward this a little bit.
Ms. McCabe.
Hold on, let me just back up. Okay.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
that would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm wondering, and sorry to interrupt this, but I'm wondering if in the metadata they have her locking her phone in between. That would be devastating.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'm trying
I'd
to
like
get
to
the
ask you a few
timeline.
questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not
Or she looks
positive.
stressed,
You went upstairs,
man.
is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
Yeah, that's for sure.
It could have been
Very
Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I
You-
think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
Hey, Galen, thank you
Search
so
engine.
much
Okay.
for the gifted memberships. I really
Maybe-
appreciate it.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but
All your
I'm not,
support.
if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m. a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
Any Google search.
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't
Just
matter,
any
Ms. McCabe.
Google search.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
Dude, all she's got to do is like, yes, there was a Google search.
I don't.
You have no record. You have
Or
nothing
she-
in your mind about a Google search.
so concerned about lying.
That's testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you? Been
I've
asked about
been asked by you, yes.
it. And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search
Misread?
at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. She's really being oppositional on this one. She should have just got through it, on to the next lie. Wow. He's loving this. Look at Karen Reed's mom. You probably can't see because it's so small, but she's smiling.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Yeah, I don't know why she is Jemima says, can you please turn on the closed captions? I surely can. Oh, it is on for the I'll do it for mine also. Yeah, 1 second. Un momento, por favor.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue
We're doing
up into the luncheon recess.
like a court here.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Sorry, guys. Hazley was.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's that back.
Oh, what is going on? Okay, let me turn on closed captions. Oh, it's not letting me. I'm sorry. It's not letting me do it on my end right now. I have it set to be on every live. I don't think it's letting me change it during the live because I have to change the latency too. So the latency is it's got a bigger gap. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll start checking that more. It is turned on for the actual video, but not mine. I'm sorry, Jamala. Let's fast forward this. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Judge seems a little frustrated.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Diane Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Diane Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Diane Cold, yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Diane Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. How long to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or no?
Yes. Mhm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
there was
that.
3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts. You two did not discuss this hypothermia issue.
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Stand up and stretch. It's the what inning do we stretch in baseball? 7th inning stretch? Is that what it is? I can't remember. Yeah, answer the question being asked for sure, Robin. Yeah, I mean, she's making it hard on herself because she wants to explain and she doesn't want to answer how the questions are being asked. She's too worried about explaining to the jury. She's worried about how she looks to the jury, so she needs to explain how she looks. She doesn't want to be portrayed on how the defense wants her portrayed, which is, I mean, human nature. You don't want to be portrayed as a liar. So she just needs to explain. But Carrie Roberts did deny ever hearing that, but then told the grand jury that she was told that by Jen McCabe. And that's why she told the grand jury that, because she was told by Jen McCabe after the fact that Karen Reed asked her to Google that. Carrie said, yes, Jen McCabe told me that Karen Reed asked her that to do that. And that's why she told the grand jury that, not because she heard it. Hey, Kim. Kim's like, that's a you problem. Yeah, it's, I mean, when being said in sentences, it can be convoluted, right? I forgot we got like 11 minutes of buffer. Oh, here we go.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
That freaks her out. That freaks her out. That's why he wanted to say it, so she would feel
reviewed the
a certain
video
way.
from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Here we go.
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
So when Carrie Roberts testified in this trial, they impeached her on. She said that they didn't impeach her, but they impeached her testimony to the grand jury, but she said that Jen McCabe told her that Karen had asked her to do that. And now Jen McCabe is saying, I never asked her to do that. I never told her to say that. So it's just more corroborating of the false evidence.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bam. Bam biff.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I never
deny
did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit.
Out of all the searches, that's the only one she deleted.
Do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
This is a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41 It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Want to go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes,
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that minutes counted, right?
yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was
You-
the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How
Thank
about
you,
at 34
Wolfie.
Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
Wow,
And
I
you
didn't
go in the
think of
house,
that.
Did you?
No, I did not.
Wow, I
When you
never
arrived at the
thought of that.
scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious
You would call your
minutes and
friend.
seconds. Is that right?
I did,
You'd have
yes.
woke
And
up
you
that
also
entire
knew
house.
that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and KERRI Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting KERRI blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril.
Lunchtime.
You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried
Favor.
at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all
Ooh.
because you knew
Notice how she said that?
what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
Jurors, luncheon break.
And there was tail light found next to him. Yeah, way later in the day. There was no tail light next to him then. Notice how she said that at the end? And there was tail light found next to him. Oh my God, that is so crazy. That was a perfect way to take us into lunch. AJ's a beast, right? Alan Jackson's a beast. That's all I got to say about that. Alan Jackson is a beast. Let me check my messages. I'm just seeing if Mac will come on with us for a little bit. We can talk about this case and just about stuff. And I'm gonna have an appearance on her show at the end of May. I think it is. Yeah. Some of those things, yeah, could be like, why didn't you? What did he say? Why'd you say a man? It does sound funny when you know the whole case. Why would you say that? But I get it. Just saying, you're just giving a descriptor of what's happening there. There's a male, large white male, on the front lawn. She didn't say large white male, but you know what I mean. She's just saying, there's a man. But knowing the whole case, it does sound funky that she would say that. I would have said, yes, there's a fallen officer. I would have been, that's just the obvious. Yeah, we have an officer who's down. I don't know. You just do that. That's the way that culture is. They're very proud to be family members and relatives of police officers. And she would have said that. I in my heart of hearts, I believe she would have said that. Let's see what this lady is saying.
Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We are going to be taking your questions during the lunch hour in the retrial of Karen Reed. That lunch hour starting a little bit later than usual. The judge wanting to get to it and stay on schedule. So the redirect of Jennifer McCabe will begin after lunch. So drop your questions in the YouTube chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can.
So
we'll
hopefully
take a look at a little bit.
They'll be back in like 40 minutes, hopefully.
Jennifer McCabe as we take your questions. I want to bring in Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. She is a defense attorney, also known on YouTube.
Let's see what,
Natalie
what these commentators have to say.
I think the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe has been going because she's been on the stand now for the better part of 2.5, 3 days. And this cross-examination has gone on and on and on for hours. And really, she is a critical witness because if the jury believes that she did that 2:27 a.m. Google search about how long to die in the cold, if they believe that happened at 2:27 and not 6:23 a.m., then that bolsters Karen Reed's conspiracy claim. If they believe it happened at 6:23 a.m., the whole thing kind of falls apart.
Right, exactly. And so she's a very important and key witness. That's why she would be on the stand for that long. With witnesses that are this important, many times you want to get in and get out with them. However, this case is unique because they are alleging the defense a cover-up and a conspiracy. And since they're alleging that cover-up and they're in that conspiracy, that really does go quite deep of how they need to question her reliability, her credibility, and who she spoke with before and after that search was made. And again, it's very unique here that the government, the Commonwealth, is questioning the veracity of the Taillight extraction, showing that the search was done at a particular time. Usually the government relies on Taillight. And so that is a lot of fodder for the defense to play with in cross-examination. I'm not surprised that it's gone on for this long and that it's become heated and it's been frequently interrupted by objections.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's been effective, though? I mean, do you think that the cross-examination has been effective? Because at times it seems like it's just kind of dragging on. And at least the other day, it seemed like it was just kind of going in circles. And your testimony at this part, and looking at social media, depending on where people fall on whatever side of this case, because it is so divisive, Jennifer McCabe is either doing really great or she's just falling apart up there and she's being evasive and things like that. So you watching this, how do you feel that the cross-examination has gone?
You know, I think that you're right. It's almost like a Rorschach test of how people are,
I need to use the
non-attorneys
restroom real
are
quick,
seeing
guys. I'll be
cross-examination
right back.
and the fact that it's going on for so long. But I do think that it's because she's not answering the questions very directly. And so I do think that that leaves open room for the defense to ask more questions, because we have the right, I'm a defense attorney, we have the right to have our questions answered as long as the questions are appropriate and are probative of the issue at hand. And so since she's not directly answering many of the questions, she's going to be subject to being re-asked the question until she answers it. And it's not like Judge Canone is one to allow things to draw on for too long, or that she's extremely lenient with the defense. She's not. She would have shut them down by now if the series of questioning was inappropriate. So I think that if Ms. McCabe was more forthcoming and direct in her answers and not evasive, the cross-examination would not be happening for as long as it has been happening.
Let's get now to some of the questions that people are submitting into the YouTube chat. And if you're just joining us, if you have questions that you want Natalie and I to answer, drop them in that YouTube chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Nita Phillips is asking, is Michael Proctor on Commonwealth's or defense witness list? I think he's probably on both, but you know, he is basically the Commonwealth's witness. The defense is basically, Natalie, I feel like, an opening, making them own him. I mean, he's been fired. He has been disgraced over what happened with this investigation and the text messages. So he may be on both witness lists, but he's the state's witness in this case. I mean, he's their guy.
Yes, he is the state's witness. The state can choose not to call him, though, because he is so such a hot wire. And so the reason that the defense would put him on their list is in case the state doesn't call him, they would call him. But it would be difficult because once they call him, he's a direct examination witness, and they wouldn't be able to ask him the leading questions that they need to really probe his bias and his misbehavior during the investigation that he was fired for. So it kind of limits the way in which they ask the questions, but it's a safeguard that defense attorneys do. If you have a really important state's witness who's really good for you, meaning they're really bad for the state, there's a risk that the prosecution just does not call them. And so you put them on your list as well, just to be on the safe side. Of course, they're going to call him. He collected evidence, he interviewed witnesses, but the defense has him on their list just to be safe.
You know, question I have for you, Natalie, is we hear a lot about Trooper Proctor's notes in this case. And when Alan Jackson was cross-examining Jennifer McCabe, we hear about Trooper Proctor's report. We hear about Trooper Proctor, he was taking notes. And she said, well, he was taking notes, or Alan Jackson said he was taking notes.
I did send
where are the
Macalinka. We're going to see if she
recordings?
joins us
Are you
too.
telling me this guy was interviewing witnesses and not recording these things? So, you know, notes, I'm not hearing any recording, you know, any talk about recordings. It shocks me in this day and age when we have investigators who are not physically recording interviews with witnesses.
That it is frequent. It's frustratingly common, I guess is the best way to put that. I
was
would
gonna say
hope
that.
as a defense attorney that
It
the
absolutely is
majority
common.
of or all of witness interviews would be audio and or visually recorded. However, the vast majority of them are not. Many witness interviews, especially if it's not, usually they're going to record the defendant. They're going to record if there's a surviving victim, maybe they'll record them. But to be fair, a lot of the times when police are interviewing multiple amounts of people in a large case, it is very difficult for them to schedule everyone to come into an interview room that's being recorded. But with the advent of cell phones, just take out your cell phone and start recording and tell them that you're recording and take the interview. But yes, it's very, very frustrating and very common that what you have to go on with witness statements many times is the officer's recitation of what the witness said. Sometimes they don't even get the witness to commit their statement to writing, which is extremely helpful to both the prosecution and the defense, because as we all know, by the time a case goes to trial, it could be years later from when the incident actually occurred. So people would need to refresh their recollection. So yes, unfortunately, Michael Proctor is not alone in that, I think, very sloppy practice of not getting witness statements recorded. It's not uncommon.
You know, Natalie, I want to mention that we like to do polls during our lunch hour, and we've been having some polls put up all week long. And one that we put up today was, is this cross losing the jury? Right now, it says 78% of the say that this cross is not losing the jury, and 22% say the cross is losing the jury. So we have some pretty strong-willed people, very opinionated people on one side of that issue in the chat right now. Let's go to our next question. This is from Kayla Rose. Kayla Rose asks, why did Jen never call John again after Karen called her in a panic? If someone calls and says a friend you love is missing, would you call them? So that is a good question. You know, she's trying to, you know, get a hold of John. She called him once, though, it sounds like. So, you know, I know you can't read Jen McCabe's mind, but is there a reason you think that maybe she only called John once?
I think an innocent explanation would be that she was flustered, you know, that maybe she's calling around to other people. It could be something like that. You don't expect, if you know, she's done nothing, you don't expect that something like that will happen. Somebody just goes missing. So on one hand, it can be, you know, explainable by the prosecution, but that is just one data point in a multiple set of data points that seem a bit odd. Again, I don't know what happened here. There's no way for us to know, but it is strange, the text message about, or the Google search and the time period that Celebrite says that it was. Again, I work with Celebrite a lot. The prosecution works with Celebrite a lot. It's very concerning that they're.
Hey, Mac. She's getting her earbuds on. Hey. Can you hear me? She'll get it figured out.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, for some reason. Yeah, my microphone seems to be working every other.
It's working now.
I'm on my computer's mic, so.
Oh, okay.
Not on
Oh,
my
wow.
regular mic. So, excuse me, as I'm not at home, as you guys may see. So
It sounds good though.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah, it does. It sounds really good. So, how are you this morning?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. If you guys hear dogs barking, I apologize. I am house sitting for my parents while they are on vacation.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, welcome to my childhood home.
Is it really?
It is actually.
Wow.
They have
Wow.
lived here for almost 40 years now.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's I had so many different childhood homes, and I mean, I think my mom has had 4 houses since I've been out, you know. That was always an issue with us, like settle down in one place.
We moved a lot before here, but once
Mhm.
we got here, they stayed. And then once I moved back, I moved within the same school district. So they're so close that
Yeah.
they need a smaller place. They really do.
Yeah.
But my mom is loath to move. I think 1, because we're so close, 2, they have 40 years of crap that they would have to go through in order to downsize.
Yeah.
And who wants to do that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think my mom has anything, not one knickknack. Maybe some pictures, but I think they lost all those in a move. Like something happened like with a bunch of our pictures. You know, the old 70s style, you know, take them to the developer type pictures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
We
I don't think
they have boxes and boxes of those somewhere.
yeah, and you break them out every once in a while and look at them like, "Oh my God, remember this?" Yeah.
I just got a feed today and it was like your memories on today or whatever. And it was a picture of my son from 13 years ago. And it was like, oh, you little nugget. Oh my God.
Yeah. That is great about iPhones or whatever phones. Yeah, I get those every day too. Like it puts together like a little video memory of that day
Yeah.
or something. and you're just like, oh wow, that's so cool.
I'm like, look at you.
So what do you think of this trial? Have you been following a little bit?
I've been following a little bit since this trial has started. I did not follow the previous one. So it's been
didn't either.
interesting kind of learning about, what has been going on in terms of all the impeachment that they're doing of the witness, right? All of
Yeah,
the stuff that
I'm
they're
trying
trying to
There we go.
make sure that they're catching her, in various witnesses and in their lies. And
Mhm.
I'll be very interested to see which state troopers or, which police officers that the prosecution decides to call, because it is going to be a risk for them.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know if those days that I missed, if they called any. I think they did call one, but it was just the guy who handles like all the extractions of the phones and things like that. I don't think and then of course Proctor, the main one who was the lead, he got fired. So I'm interested in seeing if they do call him as not an officer anymore,
But just as somebody who was there, because he still has a lot of substantive information to give.
Right.
And he'll get chewed up on cross-examination. But the defense
Yep.
still has the option of calling him.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that should be super
I'll be very interested to see if it would be very risky, I think, for the prosecution to call Proctor.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think it's going to happen here. I'm going to do a different background. All these backgrounds are like over stimulating me right now for some reason. Everything is like everything feels overstimulated. Huh? I know, I do.
That golf outing just to go be in some nature. And
I think I'm going to do that as soon as they come back and they do the redirect. I'm going to just end it and I'm just going to go to the driving range, and then I think what's tomorrow, Saturday, and then tomorrow, I'm playing 18 holes tomorrow at a golf course.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, with some old friends.
Out there?
Yep, it's gorgeous.
That's unbelievable from beginning of May for you guys, right?
Yeah. Yep. So we're pretty excited to do that. And I have a new set of golf clubs I got last year. I only played one round with them. So I'm looking forward to it. But,
that's awesome. Yeah.
I was telling everybody about me coming on your show at the May something, the end of May.
28th.
Right? 28th.
28th, yeah.
Yep. And we're going to talk about prison trauma.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. Very much looking forward to that.
Yeah. And because I do EMDR, so we'll get to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
And what it's like for me to do that, and how it's worked for me, like the process, how it brings up new stuff, as I close one issue, it brings up like a new one almost every time. I remember the last time I did it, and like we really kind of felt like we were at the end, but of course there's really no end, per se. And we got to the end, and I was like, I feel pretty good. And she's like, well, let's however she broached the subject to see if there's like anything else we could figure out. I said, I think we reached the end of my trauma.
All done.
Yep, all done. Write her a check and I'm gone.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think
but it was
one
funny.
of the more interesting parts for me in talking to you, we were speaking offline about this, is just how much trauma you didn't realize that you had until later on.
Yeah. Yep. Like just the everyday stuff. Like I said, just waiting for the door to open and like the just kind of like the fear of the unknown, and knowing that that unknown most likely will be someone dying that day, or or could be, not most likely, but the possibility is there because it's already happened.
Yeah, right.
Or getting in a physical fight, a personal physical fight. All of it, like just crazy stuff that like even like getting in a fight, I didn't feel like that would be traumatic, but in certain situations it became traumatic because of the fear of like what happens afterwards. Maybe that person's friends and his or that that gang will try to get me in another situation, so I'm just always on the lookout.
Well, haven't even worried about your personal safety every single minute of every day, whether you're awake or asleep.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah. Even though you're laughing and smiling with everybody, there's still that like, that there's something in the back, always knowing that it could get crazy at any minute. Yeah. So yeah, we'll talk a lot about that.
I want to go back to the trial real quick, and this last Jen McCabe who was on, and
McCabe was colluding with other
going
something
off.
where we as attorneys.
What's that? I'm sorry.
They kept in one portion of the cross-examination, he kept going on about her stopping at Lang's house and how she stopped there, and she goes, I have a vague sense of being there and like going to the bathroom or whatever. But I thought when he was going through the GPS times, that the time from her getting there to the time for her leaving was like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was surprised he didn't ask her a follow-up question on that. If you just went to the bathroom and came right back out, why were you there for 45 minutes?
Yeah.
So that was the only glaring thing that really jumped out at me with any of the testimony. And maybe I have the times wrong, because I know at one point she said she was there for like 4 minutes. So, but the GPS seemed to contradict that. So that was just kind of surprising to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't, I got lost in it a little bit. I was like, why? I don't understand what they're talking about. When right around that time when they were talking about that, I don't know if it's because I got distracted with something else or, but it didn't make sense to me for a little bit. I was like, what? I don't get why is that important, that if she said she was, there, or if she said that she was taking her home or not taking her home. Or it wasn't even that. It was like, no, we took her there to take her home. Or I don't know. I did get lost for a second. And
well, he didn't bring up the fact that they went by the scene of the crime until later in that whole process and that whole series of questioning. And also the fact that she stopped at home, which she said she didn't remember doing. And to my knowledge, I'd have to go back and listen to that again. A, to make sure how long was she at Lang's, but B, they said she stopped at home, but I don't recall them saying like how long she stopped at home. It doesn't really matter much because she was testifying that she didn't remember. But I just would have been interested. He could have asked her about the GPS in terms of her stopping at home. Like, GPS says you arrived at this time and then left at this time. You were there for, I mean, if it was there for 2 minutes, I can see her not remembering. But if you were there for 15 minutes, how could you not remember?
Yeah. So, I just don't know what time of day they were talking about.
I think it was evening.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If I'm recalling.
Yeah.
But I would definitely have to listen to that piece again.
I'm definitely going to listen to that part of it again, because I just, like I said, I got distracted and kind of lost track of what was really being talked
This
about.
is why we hire experts. We know the law. We don't know mechanics and physics and medicine. And
they're talking a lot now about the SUV and the taillight. that taillight was spread throughout the yard.
Mhm.
Whoever, I believe it was planted. Whoever went back there, I believe it was Proctor, scattered pieces all over the yard. None were in the street. So that's why they're saying she would have had to have backed up and gone up over the curb or something like that. Or maybe that was in the recreation, but or Turtle Boy's recreation. None of it was in the street. It was all spread out through the yard. Really, I mean, could you imagine, like, to hit a human body for it to smash and spread out like that? And they're saying that's how his arm got cut up, was from the broken taillight, which looks like dog bites, which most likely is. That there's no like DNA on any of it. Yeah, maybe the snow washed off the DNA, I guess, but
They haven't had that testimony yet, have they? In this trial?
No, they have not.
Okay.
I think they did bring up the arm a little bit. They did bring up the arm a tiny bit.
I think with the paramedic who was first on the scene or
Yep,
something like
that's
that.
right. That's right.
Because are they arguing that where he was found in the snow would have been where he landed, like from getting hit? Because wasn't he kind of far up in the lawn?
Yes.
So to me, I mean, that's a very forceful impact. I mean, they would have had to, because to have that kind of force to shatter a taillight in as many pieces as they found, and for him to land where he was.
Right. Yeah, and that's why they were saying she had to have gotten to a certain amount of speed in reverse.
Right. So that it was
in a certain distance.
purposeful.
Yeah.
Like making it sound like it was very purposeful that she backed up at that speed and aimed at him.
Right. And they tried to recreate that. A few people did. And they said that she would have had to been going like 24 or 29 miles an hour. I can't remember. And the fastest they could get. And that's without because driving in reverse can be hard sometimes.
Yeah.
The fastest that they could get was like 11 miles an hour. So not even half of what it would have taken to have tossed him up on the where the body landed.
Because think about how far you would have had to travel to get going up to 24 miles an hour.
Right.
You know, how far she would have had to been backing up.
Yep.
To get
and
that.
And they have that distance because of where Jen's seen the car. And it was, she couldn't have done it. It's
right.
It's just another one of those, it's funny that they're showing a family tree of how like this all lays out right now.
Of the Alberts and everybody.
Yeah. I'm going to show it. Just the image of it.
Yeah, those phone records were very damning in terms of the Google search, in terms of the time. I know she kept saying she couldn't remember it, but if the jury is going to believe that the records are real, then they have to believe that that search occurred at that point in time at 2:30, not at 6 a.m. And that's very, very damning.
Yep. It is. And I don't understand why Cellbrite would remove, because they're saying, the tab was open, and if you made one then or 2 weeks from now, it would still say it happened when the tab was open. Why would you they said they took out the ability to see exactly to the minute. Why would you take that out of something? You actually, and then brag about it like, oh yeah, this, we made a software change. So we removed that. It was part of our update or something. That makes no sense. You're going to make it not as good as it once was.
Right, not as accurate.
Yeah, not as accurate. So that's Brian Albert up at the top. That's who we believe, and he is a professional boxer too, or teaches boxing and has like a lot of boxing history, and all the punches or marks on John O'Keefe's face totally look like was beat up by a boxer. And so, that Colin Albert down at the bottom, I'm sorry, his testimony was pretty crazy last year. I just caught a little bit of, but there's some controversy about that. Like he said, he's never been in a fight. He testified at trial that, he's never been in a fight, that the son of Chris Albert, his brother-in-law or his brother, he said he's never been in a fight. And then someone found like 7 videos of him on Facebook fighting people at school.
Oh,
yeah. He said he'd never.
I just forgot about those ones.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he had anything to do with it, but why would you even say that? Why would you have to lie?
Nicole and Jennifer, they're sisters?
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought they were friends.
No, they're sisters. So,
wow. Now this makes more sense. And yet she was really good friends with the decedent as well, is what her testimony is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's nuts.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so
they're
on
just
deck next, do we know?
They're gonna redirect, and then hopefully the ARCA, the FBI crime scene reconstructors, or they're the ones who testified that there was absolutely no collision with an SUV and John O'Keefe's body, and they were completely independent of the prosecution and the defense. It was part of the FBI investigation. And so I said earlier, in the first trial, the jury discounted it in deliberation because they weren't no one was able to tell them who those guys were. Just that they were experts. They weren't able to say they were for the prosecution or against, or if they were law enforcement. They just had to say they were ARCA. And so the jury just disregarded it. They said, well, we're disregarding it. We don't have no idea who. It looks like they're coming back from lunch already.
They could classify them as an independent expert, though.
Yeah, they did do that.
And that's surprising that the jury would discount that. Because to me, if I was sitting on that jury, that gives more credence to that person's
right.
Diagnosis is the only word that's coming to my analysis of the situation, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't know why they did. I mean, that's why they said they did, because they just they didn't know, and they knew they were experts, but for some, I can't remember what commentator I heard talk about that and how he said it. But
it must have just been his opinion, though, because they didn't poll the jury, so none of the jurors, were they interviewed afterwards?
Yeah, there was some jurors that were interviewed afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I think that's how he found that out.
All right, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I just, the jury thought Karen's insurance company hired ARCA.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Mistaken finding her not responsible. Oh, right. I mean, maybe that is. I hope I haven't been misspeaking on that. I know I heard there was, the FBI investigated and said that there was no collision. Maybe I just assumed that was the ARCA.
Well, no, Robin's saying they thought Karen's insurance company hired ARCA, so it could still be an independent person, but yet they're associating it more on the defense's side because the insurance company hired. But that's a sort of leap that, I mean, unless there was any intimation of that in trial, there should have been. They shouldn't have been putting those two together.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess when they bring them back on, it'll be explained a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how they classify them
Yeah.
and what they're allowed to say at this point in time.
Yeah.
I am
I think
surprised that there's so much.
I think they're back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, no, you can finish your thought if you want.
Just in regards to a lot of people saying the judge being biased, I'm just surprised that there was no defense motion to recuse her.
Yeah, she is absolutely. I mean, every lawyer that has been following this entire thing, they're saying it's so painfully obvious the way she rules that she's in it for the prosecution, and yeah. I gotta figure out which one it is.
But what they're saying is that it's some type of glitch or something. And I'm telling you, I have a hard time. And 627 makes me, she find it.
Richard Green, and he started looking at the shadow of the information. At 4:53 a.m., he's calling her because
Contacted that woman. At the grand jury, you didn't need
to the cross-examination about that.
Oh, they're just playing
questions about who you contacted that woman. At the grand jury, you didn't.
My bad. I thought they were back live.
Phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
I don't know if this is
It's in
live
your
or
phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
Well, this was already this morning, wasn't it?
That call lasted 38 seconds.
I think so.
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not
Yeah,
speak
it
to
is.
my
This is
sister
from
now.
earlier.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point.
You know what's crazy is that no one did come out of the house, of course, when all those first responders were out there. And like you said, you would have ran in the house like, John's out here. You would have woke them up and be like, hey, John's out here dying. Or
Yeah. Did Brian Albert testify at the first trial?
He did. I haven't seen that testimony.
Because it'd be interested to see. I mean, that's a lot of commotion going on, and nobody in the house woke up.
Yeah.
Nobody woke up and saw flashing lights outside, or screaming. Because didn't they say that Karen Reed was screaming and?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so bizarre. I mean, there's all these things that there's so many things that I say to myself, like, just this alone, I would be like, that's reasonable doubt. And then just to have all these things, that for the prosecution to even to file this case is I don't think it's in good faith. It's disingenuous. If I'm using that word correctly.
Yeah, you are. Well, the head prosecutor would have had to have authorized the refiling. So did they refile before Proctor was let go?
I believe so, yes.
That makes more sense to me. Because if he had been let go afterwards, I wonder if they would have chosen to refile, knowing what kind of uphill battle they had. I think once they refiled, they're like, we're in it for a pound, we're, in it for a penny and for a pound. But I don't think that they would have chosen that battle afterwards.
Right. Yeah. I don't think so either. But who knows, right?
Yeah, but yeah, depending on the political climate, depending on, who else the prosecutor is in with, there's.
It's almost like they just need her to be guilty.
Well, and it's one of the main reasons why in some places I don't like that the head prosecutor is an elected position.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Right. I wonder if that is the case. Is that everywhere or no, just some places?
I'm not sure if it's everywhere. I know a lot of places it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen, not here, but I remember seeing in other places, for district attorney, vote for Sam Yarbrough.
Yeah, I mean, and just think about it in terms of what cases you choose to prosecute, what cases you choose to be a little more lenient on, what cases you choose to accept plea deals in, depending on your political leanings, depending on who the governor is, if they're of the same party. I mean, that's
right.
That's a lot of pressure, a lot of political pressure.
Yep. That's absolutely right. California, in LA, they vote for the prosecutor.
I know they do here in Michigan. I know they do in New York.
Mm-hmm. Michigan. I need to go see my dad.
Yes, you do. You do, because
Go
it's
do
only
some.
a few hours from.
Yeah, I want to go to go down into like the ditches off Saginaw Bay. You can catch a lot of like catfish. Let's see what they're saying.
Dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15. There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them
This
very
must be with
quickly.
Carrie.
It's not that we object to telling them.
Yeah.
So she didn't finish her answer, so we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips, so there's 2, 13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
I don't know why.
I should approach that side.
Okay.
I don't know why they're not playing that 911 call. And I was going to play that during the lunch and I spaced it at regular speed because it sounds completely different.
That's interesting.
It's night and day.
They already played it, right?
They played it once. Yeah.
I'm interested why the defense didn't object.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
Wow.
I don't know if they didn't object because they knew they were gonna play it differently later, when they present their case.
Possibly.
Yeah, but it is so crazy. It is so crazy. But yeah, I was gonna do that during lunch, but what I'll do is I'll just make a video where I can just, play one and then play the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's nuts.
We
Yeah,
play
it's
anybody at 2 times speed, it's gonna sound much, much different.
yeah. Yep. I wonder what
Do we
clips
know
they're
who?
talking about. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I have no idea. I was just wondering who was supposed to be on the stand after this witness.
I thought it was going to be Arca, the
Oh, that's right. You
the
said that.
yeah, the investigators. Yeah, I do have to go to the DMV today too. My buddy had this old RV,
Mhm.
that he gave me the title to it, and I need to go transfer the title over. It's like one that you pull behind your truck.
Like a fifth wheel.
Yeah, kind of like a fifth wheel. It's old. It's like from 1983, but it's pretty cool. Like we usually just camp in a tent, so it'll be cool to have like a little camper.
We
These
must
guys
have
just
had
give
one that was from like the late 70s, actually, motorhome.
Oh yeah,
And yeah, we only had it I only remember having it for like a few years, but
yeah,
we just camp in that in the driveway.
yeah, yeah.
It's just as much fun.
James says he has a spot to catch catfish. Pretty good fight. Yeah, I think they taste great, and they do put up a pretty good fight, James. Yeah, these guys up here, like Montana guys, they just like when they have like really old stuff that like to like me or someone else be like, wow, this is cool. They just like give it to their closest friends. And my good friend, that's he's got too much stuff in his yard, too many toys. So he's like, hey man, you want this thing? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Oh, and they were coming back for a second.
Have you ever considered noodling?
Oh, like with your hand, catfish with your hand? Is that what you're talking about? Where they grab your hand?
Yeah.
No, I've never.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it, but I've never considered it. It's hard to even take a catfish off a hook. You know what I mean? Because they have those stingers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good on
I can't
letting
even
them,
imagine.
I'm good on letting them eat my arm. I got one. No way,
Yeah, they're like up here. They're up to your floor.
Yeah. Yeah. Walleye. Yeah, walleye is good too. Lord Kiss said walleye and catfish is all I fish for. Yeah. My dad used to fish in walleye tournaments. I remember that. They you would win by like they would weigh them all. And whoever caught the most, weight. I think it was by weight. But I remember my dad going all the time. He's like, all right, I'm going on a walleye tournament, son. I'm like, all right, see you later, Dad.
Tons of good fishing in Michigan.
Yeah. Yep.
My grandfather used to go to Nova Scotia every year to go fish. That was his like a favorite place.
That's cool. Is that her sister? I think
Sure
it
do
is.
look alike, don't they?
Yeah.
The chat was right, though.
Happy.
I said She must have used Crest white strips for about a week and a half before she got on to testify.
Oh, Jen.
Yeah. She has that brilliant white smile.
Yeah. Oh, what is going on?
Oh, interesting, Grateful. Yes, I am. I'm in West Michigan. So Frankenmuth is probably about 2.5 hours from me.
Yeah, and my dad lives basically in Frankenmuth right now. He lives in Birch Run.
Oh, okay. He's not in Rochester Hills anymore?
Nope. They haven't lived there in a while. Warwick Hills.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. I shouldn't say a while. The last time I visited, they were in Warwick still. No, they moved to Birch Run, not Clio. It was Birch Run.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even been to this place yet.
Huge outlet mall in Birch Run.
Yeah.
Let me know, Grateful. Yeah, you'll probably be driving right up 96. You're going to pass practically by my front door. Oh, and Gladwin. Yeah, it's a little north of where I am. Shoot me an email. survivingtogether@sass@gmail.com.
All right, they're bringing in the jury. I don't know how long I'm going to be able. I want to catch at least this. The end of her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
My brother
Absolutely
texted me.
Grateful. Just shoot me an email. That sounds lovely.
That would be cool.
This is Massachusetts OnlyFans.
Court is in session, please be seated.
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
She probably just goes out there and be like, "These guys are killing me," but they probably gave her encouragement. You know what I mean?
Whenever
Like,
you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
don't worry, you got this.
Oh, the prosecution coached her with an inch of life. You can tell.
Yeah, so she's got an easy road.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When
This
I
is all
left
scripted,
Fairview,
like
it had,
this all.
accumulated
redirect,
more where my
right?
husband had to wipe the windows.
Yeah.
And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hide your
From the moment
face.
that you first saw John until
I thought it
you
would've
went
went up.
into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did
They
anybody
didn't come out.
ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. You're with the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold, or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do. Yes,
You went with who?
with Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours. Say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been. I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
She's a sociopath.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm interested to know if they're going to try to introduce into evidence her heart rate by her Apple Watch.
Ooh.
You were
I think
shown
they
page 181
did
and
do
then
something
182?
like that before.
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think
Normal.
Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes,
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about.
Sorry, real quick. I'm sorry. Danette McClure says, questions. So Emily D. Baker was voted in, Sam. Voted in what? Oh, did we? Oh, she must have stepped out. Voted in what, Danette? Just curious. And how are you today? It's good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. I know you've been here for a little bit. Just wanted to say hi. It's good to see you. Yeah, I don't understand the question. I love Emily D. Baker, of course. She's amazing. But to offer our cover up. That's funny. I'm sorry, Wyoming native. Yeah, that I wasn't more on that. It's just been a lot going on. I hate using that as an excuse for everything, but hold on real quick. Okay. I sent you an email regarding the COs of New York, but it's kind of too late to do the interview now. It's cool though. Yeah, man, I apologize. I really wanted to do that too. I did do an update when a couple of the COs got indicted on the beatings. You know, there was those two guys, inmates that were murdered, like really one after another within 2 months. I might combine both of those stories and do a whole story. So I would love to do an interview then, but I don't know. But yeah, my bad, man. My bad. I would love to cover it all for real. Okay, here we go. Oh, we had to bring Mac back.
Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call.
That's right. I did too at the same time.
Calls.
When are you
text
going to be
messages to
done?
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bowman.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said
He has to
didn't come
approach.
home.
He said no.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
She said no the first time when he asked to approach. Those are the kind of things that that are obvious. She wants to let the prosecutor keep his momentum with burning the defense down. It's things like that. Can you hear me, Mac?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
I think
Sorry.
you need to keep in mind too, this is redirect. So the prosecution's ability to ask questions is very limited. And
Mhm.
I'll be interested to see what kind of leeway she gives him.
Yeah. Isn't it weird? I've been involved in some murder trials, testified as the expert witness on prison gangs. And when I listen to the prosecution, I'm always like, oh man, this guy did it. And then when I listen to the defense, I'm like, oh man, this guy didn't do it, or what their reasoning was. And I'm just like blown away how that two different outlooks can be so like, I would hate to be a juror on anything like heavy like that.
Depending on how you frame the story, yeah.
Right.
And that's why it's real interesting with this, the Google search. If they're able to bring in testimony as to her heart rate, if her heart rate shows that it was like real calm at that Google search when she was doing hypothermia, to me as a juror, I'd be sitting there going, well, maybe it wasn't at 2:30.
Oh,
maybe this wasn't when it was, because wouldn't you be kind of
got you.
panicked if you were like,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I found it was kind of interesting that he was alluding to the fact that there might be some testimony as to her heart rate.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be really interesting to know. The chat has kind of slowed down.
What day of the week was this? Was like a Friday night or something. So it was like Saturday morning. Am I correct in that? When the next morning?
Yep.
Because I'm like 6:00 really isn't that early. But if it's a Saturday morning, I guess I can see why some other people might not have been awake. But I'm surprised that there were no sirens. If you're coming up to a situation where somebody's down and they're like, hey, I think he's dying, at least the paramedics, or whoever the first responders are, the fire department, generally they're going to have their sirens on the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bizarre. They might have turned them off when they got to the neighborhood, maybe,
That's
because
the
it's
only
kind
thing
of
that
a,
I can think of. That they had them on most of the way, and then they didn't want to wake everybody up. They
oh yeah. And
trying
like
to be
Robin said,
considerate.
yeah. And like Robin said, there was no traffic because of the storm too. So I guess they wouldn't have needed to, per se.
But this whole thing with the collision, the defense puts on that snowplow operator, that really just blows a big hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely need to come to Michigan because I've been putting off my first tattoo, and I'll have you do it.
Yeah, that'd be super cool. I always travel with my stuff when I go to Michigan too.
It's just 3 Korean characters. It means mind, body, spirit, and I want to put it over my back surgery scar on my lower back.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
That'd be awesome.
I really would. Yeah.
I also have I'm also thinking about putting a small pink ribbon for my mom
All
for
right,
breast
jurors, you're
cancer.
about to hear
That'd be super cool.
some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. The judge looks so done.
Yeah.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This would
there.
be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Number.
Sections noted. Next question.
Well, you need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sideline. Oh, sideline.
Boy, this is a lot. They're really picking apart every little thing of this next testimony. Sometimes I feel like it's
Prosecution
better
really
just
wants to make sure.
What's that?
Prosecution really wants to make sure that they're trying to give a complete picture of her. They're trying to rehabilitate her as best they can and make her a little bit more,
Yeah.
humanize her a little bit,
Yeah.
because she comes off very confrontational.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this
gonna
another
have to-
sidebar?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerri?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129:22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129:22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more.
I mean, that could be just because
172.
your friend just marked him.
And this is from Ms. Roberts
Exactly.
to you at 2:13:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up?
I think these are just because of the oh yeah, she could write a book. Yeah, everything. I love it. Yeah, I think you know what I mean, just trying to, but I mean all these could be, if just like I said, in response to her friend just, accidentally, I do believe it was an accident. Took John's life.
Seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129:22, I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
I bet you are.
The fact that it happened and that her friend died. Both.
Yeah. Yep.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I'm about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I bet she is.
They didn't like that one because of her questioning like how or what happened. But
213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 44038. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 44038 at 12922.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerri talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
yeah, that's one way to
During
look at it.
that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
If I'm a juror, this isn't swaying me either way.
No.
In just a few minutes later, number
I get why he
308,
wants him in,
please,
though.
12922 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you? Okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later.
Yes.
You continued texting with her.
Yes.
Because it could be you did the best you could, by covering up for us. It really could be,
Or if she was present during the beating, managing
Yeah,
the situation, or, yeah.
Yeah.
You were asked about timeline.
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
I'm going to have to go soon. Just hoping to get through this.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy. Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was.
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
Gina says, Karen Reed, in my opinion, is factually innocent of second degree. Absolutely. Even if she is guilty of something, she's factually innocent of second degree.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection. I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Let's see if there's recrossed.
The
Ms.
recross.
McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from
Smart
seeing
when
the
she
dash
explains.
cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Carrie Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lank's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And
Oh, they're investigating still.
you're obviously well aware
Hopes
that
they're
in that
not.
first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
Ooh.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from KERRI Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met KERRI Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes KERRI Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. All those other ones with like the concern for her, were just outside friends, oh, this must be hard for you.
I'm shaking. I'm in shock. All that to people
Yeah.
who are outside of the group chat.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
See you later, alligator.
Thank you.
Probably a good stopping point for you, Sam.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta
I'd
go.
like to play a couple of clips here.
I might
should
be
just
just
wait
running.
10 seconds.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't think I'm gonna go play golf. I
right,
just have
you
to
can
run
play
to the
them now.
DMV and get my
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
Get the title.
get the title for the RV.
Well, I'm going to work, but if you want me back, just shoot me an email.
Okay, doke. Okay, awesome.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
Sounds good. See you
Right.
guys.
Who was a mother
Bye.
of
Bye.
kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley
Okay, guys, I
and
will
John
be
were
back,
hooked up
but I'm gonna
prior
leave
to
this
John
up and going.
dating.
It should be pretty fast. Hey, anti-monkey pants.
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play
This
it
is
again.
gonna be good too. I'm gonna watch it in the car.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3:4. So who are you with?
That's so funny, Grateful. I'll be back.
Jen McCabe and KERRI Roberts, and KERRI Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Kerri's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Your public call, Ms. Hannah Knowles, to the stand.
Just want you to step, remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is the study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally,
Why?
Supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams per cent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, Some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the juror?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you, Ron.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So- All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky lucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It can all be done on your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
This is context for those voicemails we'll see later.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start with 3-4-30. So who are you with?
I'm with Jen McCabe and KERRI Roberts, and KERRI Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Kerri's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
Well, that interview is not going to go
Finally,
well. I'm going to back that one up again. I don't know where I don't know why the screen just disappeared. That's odd. I'm backing this one up one more time because that interview, and I've said these interviews were a bad idea. This one might prove to be the one of the bad ideas. Let's play it again. So doodly doot, I wanted to play it again.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with?
I'm with Jen McCabe and KERRI Roberts, and KERRI Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Kerri's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
The jury's in the courtroom listening to these, yes.
All right, hold that, please.
Well, at the moment, I think they are asking to discuss whatever this next clip is. The prosecutor had said he was going to hold off on clips that were in dispute.
I'll call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Well, I guess whatever clip they were going to play is going to wait, and Lally is up with the next witness. Okay. I see a lot of you saying you don't think that those interviews are going to be damning. A lot of you saying you do think those interviews are going to be damning. The jury doesn't have any other context for those yet. So the jury is going to have her words of, I was expecting to find him on the side of the road, ruminating with them until they get to other evidence. They're also going to hear her refer to him as a buffalo and a weird shaped lump and saying that I was expecting to find him. The Commonwealth is going to argue that as because she knew she left him there. And that can be the impression that's left at this point with the jurors. We will get to other evidence later, but it is leaving the jury with these interviews of her talking about expecting him to be by the side of the road. I don't know if the jury will even remember the testimony at this point of her asking maybe once or twice, could he have been hit by a plow? But as she's rolling up to 34 Fairview, she's saying, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? I'm expecting to find him by the side of the road. And that's where the jury is left with that at this point. Let's see who this next witness is. Witness number 13 for the Commonwealth. I don't think the jury will give those comments as much grace, given that we are in trial. I don't think it will overcome some of the Proctor stuff. So we will see.
Remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
This
truth?
is not gotten very loud, so I'm going to gain that back down. Hopefully it won't ruin everyone's ears. The Discovery ID series, particularly Katie asked in the chat.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Did she go to these interviews with the approval of her counsel? Yes. The defense reached out to Discovery ID. The jury won't know this, but the defense reached out to Discovery ID and asked them to do the series. She had counsel with her for some of the interviews, not all, but yes, her counsel knew she was doing these. So prosecutor Adam Lally is going to be questioning this witness. I imagine this is, well, we'll see. It's probably scientific in nature.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Interesting.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox unit
Toxicology
in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology unit ever since.
Okay. Into Tox.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientist 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
I think
As part
this
of our
is the Tox supervisor because the other witness was unavailable. That sometimes happens when I covered day 4 in delay. We talked about the fact that supervisors who do the validation of reports can come in and testify to those reports, even if they did not run them. if the other scientist is unavailable. That's not uncommon in cases. So we will see if they get to the end of talks. It's a smart place to put this witness right after Jen McCabe, kind of finish out the end of the day, late on a Friday. And it's information that they'll argue in closing, but isn't going to be the most, the most contested of all of the information. All right.
Accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars,
today, though.
Attending conferences or meetings,
They don't have a lot of time.
or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
Probably.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by
Yes,
the
that was
American
Ryan
National
Hall, y'all.
Standards
I'm checking
Institute
my
National
weather.
Accreditation Board.
As well. I'm doing both.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
Multitasking.
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as
Yeah,
well
Lely's
as
questioning is much more
remote
smooth.
or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
What are the differences between those different types?
They
Look at
all
these good
have
questions. It's just
similar
really
but slightly
succinct,
different structures.
direct questions.
Methanol is a
It's
solvent.
great.
Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Do you know what else slows down my nerve
Now,
cells?
is alcohol a central nervous system
Lack of
depressant?
sleep.
Yes, it is.
It's where
And
we're
how
at
would
today.
that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range
Just wake me up
depending on that concentration.
when we get to the end of the background training and experience. Will you
From
just
slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an
testimony.
individual. That
It's foundational
slower
testimony.
respiration rate can also result
The
in
jury's just like-
drowsiness or unconsciousness.
Okay.
Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also.
The jury's already seen video clips of Karen Reed talking about drunk driving. So a lot of this testimony, I wonder if for them it's just like, wah, 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 wah. Because they're just like, okay, we get it. But it's testimony that needs to come
The
in.
result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or
I'm just
slurred
like,
speech.
okay.
It can impair balance and motor coordination because nerves are responding more slowly. Alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case.
Ma'am, I'm
then,
sure your job
sometimes
is
you go-
very interesting. I bet it's going to be more interesting at 1.25 speed. Yep. I appreciate Lally's questions are good. Her testimony is needed. It is legally relevant. Is the jury going to be like, just tell me what her BAC was and can we move along? Yes. Can they just do that in trial? No. They have to lay all of the foundation for all of the things. They can't just get to the point without the foundation. But
go off rotation.
We can 1.25. Background training experience. You work at the lab training, forensic science, toxicology. Good.
And assign a case according
Good,
to that previous involvement.
Cases get
or
assigned on a
previous report that
schedule.
was
Good,
issued for
good.
the case.
Good.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with the serum conversion.
Kiwi in the chat said, ma'am, were they crapulous? Please remind me who the judge was. Judge Celia, may he rest in peace, with the vocabulary and which video that was. I think crapulous came up in the missing juror video. But yes, crapulous might be our word of the day, even though no one said it in court, which means substantially inebriated. The way that crapulous came about in a first district decision is a fantastic story. We will link it down below if you haven't seen the missing juror stream. The story of how that happened is magical. But yes, crapulous, fantastic, fantastic word.
Can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be.
Yes, heavy metal is the type of fuel we need.
We're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference.
I'm going to put this down to regular speed. I think this is helpful information. There were a lot of questions about this when I covered day 4, talking about the difference between the serum testing and the whole blood testing.
Concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
So they do the conversion.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Seek and destroy. Sorry. Approach and retrieve. Yeah,
Showing
no.
you a document. You recognize that document?
Kim, crapulous didn't come from the Sarah Boone case. It came from, I think it was
Yes.
after Sarah Boone that we
Sure.
talked about the missing juror case. It came from Judge Celia.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records.
Thank you for the
second
succinct
page. Of those
questioning,
records, do you recognize that?
Attorney Lally. We
Yes,
appreciate
the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed
Math.
is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in
we're getting
milligrams
into
per
Matthew
deciliter, which
songs,
is
ma'am.
common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
So they convert it, then they range it, and then they're going to do a retrograde extrapolation back in time.
Conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them.
Oh, yes, folks. When they say, how do they come up with the ranges? They do testing where they put a whole bunch of people in a room. People can volunteer to do this, depending on the jurisdiction. They put a whole bunch of people in the room together and give them different types of alcohol, depending on who the person is. So some people will be doing just shots of like vodka. Some people will be doing a serving portion of beer. Some people will do a serving portion of wine. They will do breathalyzers on them at different points. They will do field sobriety tests on them at different points. They will draw blood on them at different points. And so they will do studies with volunteers, and they will also do studies. Different local police departments will do studies with different volunteers to be like 1 drink per hour or multiple drinks per hour. It's a whole thing. Like, it's a whole thing. Anyway, she's going to get into the different ranges, it sounds like. So we're going to go into those ranges. And remember, you can buy a breathalyzer if you're curious on Amazon. I do not suggest you do this as a drinking game, but I'm just saying. But yes, they do that and have people run through different field sobriety tests and what have you.
And test their whole blood and test their serum.
And so she's talking about
alcohol concentrations,
having people drink and then doing the different studies.
Compare them and
do
see what the
controls as
ratio is
well.
between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024. And so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now,
So they shifted the conversion high-low in 2024. The expert that testified on day 4 had given a slightly different range, maybe 11 to 18, and they bumped it up to 13 and 19 in 2024. So the range had been a bit lower on the lower end at 11. It's interesting to know that that changed in 2024. Again, that's why they brought in somebody from the forensic lab, not just relying on the doctor from the hospital.
change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, because the
Now,
threshold's
why are
higher.
they presented in a range?
The threshold's higher now is the point.
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
Okay.
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
So that
turn your
is
attention
the
to
that is the BAC range at the time the blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m. between a 0.078 and a 0.092.
retrograde
And then they retrograde it.
extrapolation. Can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion.
I think she's actually explaining this pretty well to the jury. It's late on a Friday.
Varies
but
from
she's
person
broken
to
it down
person.
pretty easy.
And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to
And they did
know
that.
the time the sample was collected, and we
And they
need
did
to
that.
know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Oh boy.
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion. Down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
Okay.
What are the phases of metabolism
Oh,
for
boy.
alcohol in the body?
As we get to the phases of alcohol metabolism, I'm going to put this at 1.25 because we know they're going to do the retrograde extrapolation and we'll get there. They are going to use Karen Reed's statements to police, which haven't come into evidence yet, about when she fell asleep. So that interview with Karen Reed the morning, well, I think it's the afternoon of the 29th, is what they are going to use. So they're going to use the time when she said she was asleep and her interviews about that. All right, let's continue.
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the group?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based.
All right, I'm going to slow her back down as she gets into what her findings are for the retrograde extrapolation and not explaining how alcohol is eliminated from the body.
On the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis
That's
as the time
very
of,
helpful
of
information.
vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
Interesting.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter
Converted and then extrapolated backwards.
value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I
That's
approach
correct.
Mr. Retrial, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Lally's doing the direct, not Brennan. So that is what they calculated the retrograde extrapolation to be between a 0.14 and a 0.28 at 12:45
Thanks, ma'am. I have
a.m.
no further questions.
That's the time that they are using.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay,
nobody's late.
thank you.
He said, you can cut me off so that nobody's late today. There's going to be, I think, more than 5 minutes of
Good afternoon, ma'am.
cross-examination on this.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols. And there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks.
Hey guys, sorry, I can't get my camera to work at the house, so I'm just on my phone. I'm gonna have to end it, guys. things have been, I don't know if it's been jumpy or if it's like blacked out, but that's what it looked like from my phone. Also, this isn't what I was trying. It went to the next video. It must have ended for the day or something. But I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow morning. All right. Sorry about the like weirdness, confusion. All right. Bye, guys.
Stay loud, don't be woke. Stay wild, stay awake. This was morning.